Once again, I have not changed the settings from the last stream, and OBS decided my microphone should not be connected. You're right, Teak. I should just play this entire game without a microphone. So, we're finally playing Geese. We're beginning with Ys 1, Ancient Ys Vanished Omen. Part 1 of the duology of Ys 1 and 2. We're playing on the Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles Plus collection on Steam. I've not spent extensive time with this version. If it gives us trouble, I am absolutely willing to just go back to the PSP version, which I know works. Lame. Three soundtrack options. So the PC-88 original is the original release from, I think, like 87. The PC-88, for anybody who doesn't know, was a Japanese home computer. The complete version was, I believe, a Japan-only release for Windows in 2001. And then there's Chronicles. Yeah, Ys 1 is, like, way older than you think. It's one of the classics. Let's give it a go. 98 than the 88? I'm definitely more aware of the 88 than the 98. So we're going to play the Chronicles version. And we're going to play on normal. If there's one thing that has always been true of the Ys series, it's that the music is fantastic. Yes, my opening, BRB, and ending screen musics are from these first two games. Specifically from the PC Engine CD release. But if you listen, you'll be able to tell. So the Ys series primarily is an anthology series that chronicles the adventures of Ado. Ado? Whichever you want to call him. I've always called him Ado. The first two games are a duology. All the other games are unconnected, and you can play them in pretty much any order. The exception is Ys Origin, which is a prequel that explains the history of Ys. Ys itself, though, is this specific land from the first game. The first and the second game. This isn't actually one of the pieces I use. As far as the idea of, like, where you would begin the East series if you want to play it, you can start with East 1. There is a caveat to playing East 1 that I'll go into when we get to gameplay. And it's not a bad caveat, it's something to just be aware of. But it has a very unique style of combat. But really, you can start with any East. Like, Origin, I don't think is a bad place to go for. A lot of people recommend East 8. No, this is way more action-focused. And, like, there'll be occasional hints and references to other games. There's recurring characters. The most recurring character is Doji, who we'll meet later on. And they all follow the same main character, with the exception of East Origin. See how you feel about this one, Flame. Like I say, there is a caveat to this game, and it's the combat. And I was very surprised when I was doing a little bit of research in preparation for playing this again, that people really like the combat in this game. And it's not bad combat, it's just not conventional. So there's a bunch of versions of this you can play. My first encounter with these was the DS version. Book of East 1 and 2, which I didn't really enjoy. And, like, I don't really think there's any need to play any version other than this now. Unfortunately, if you do want to play this version, you are limited to PC. It doesn't have a console release. And the closest thing you get to a console release is the PSP version of this, which is the same game. This is adapted from the PSP version. But the PSP is also a system that is over 20 years old now. And so, here we have the gameplay. Do I want walk or do I want run? So here's a fun thing for you. The different portraits we have. I recommend it if you are willing to spend the time on the Vita. Most of the series ended up playable there. You have the Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles. You have the remake of Ys 3, The Oath in Felghana. You have the remake of Ys 4, Memories of Celceta, which was a Vita game. Ys 5 didn't get a release outside Japan. You have the PSP version of Ys 6, The Ark of Nepishtim. Ys 7 was a PSP game. Ys 8 got a Vita version, and then, like, that's all of it. You can play all up to that. And Ys Origin. Ys Origin got a PS Vita version. So if you want to explore the series, the Vita's a good place to do it. Portside Warehouse. Yes, ma'am. You can switch between the two versions of everybody's artwork, which is quite nice. We're going to stick with Chronicles, but it's a nice thing to have the option of. We're definitely keeping it on sharp, because I don't like the blurriness of these displays. In motion it's not bad, but like when you stand still, ugh. We'll check it again. Yeah, like, take a look at the difference on Ayla's eyes. The specific way they're drawn. And there's no real reason to choose one over the other beyond preference. Oh man, Record of Lodoss War. I don't know why I got so attached to that anime, I really enjoyed it. And then they did that Metroidvania game, Deedlit, in Wonder Labyrinth, and I enjoyed that well enough. I'm Batman. I think the standard visual design of this is in a frame. But I like the full screen representation we have here with the specific interface at the bottom. That's all you can tell you about. Yeah, I don't remember a huge amount about it. I remember there was Deedlit the elf, there was Parn, who I believe was the hero. I just remember really enjoying what it was. It's not an uncommon thing for frames generally when games were doing, like, taxing visual things. I was thinking about it recently with the SMT games on Super Nintendo, how the majority of their action, the entirety of their action takes place within frames. So one of the things we have as background for this story is this entire island we're on is surrounded by what the villagers call the storm wall. And so nobody has ever been able to survive traveling through it until we've arrived. And our ship was destroyed as we approached, but we're here and we're alive. Militia headquarters. You know, when they called it a militia, I expected it to be more people. First land. Yeah. And tell me about Barbados. What about Asteria? Sword World? Swirl World. You spelled sword wrong, or is that Swirl World? Aston, you said. Tower. Sword World, fair enough. Well, you never know with games these days. Could be called anything. What about the Storm Wall? And the militia? Right. Alright, thank you, Sloth. I don't think I have a sword. I think ultimately overall, I would absolutely recommend the East series. Whether I would recommend East 1 or 1 and 2, bear in mind, like, you play them as a duology. Whether I would recommend East 1 and 2 is going to depend on how you feel about the combat. Combat in the rest of the series is a lot more standard action RPG fare that you would expect. Wish I had a map. Sylvia's Okay, so we started at the clinic, which is here. But I didn't actually talk to the guys. Oh, thanks, guys. Tickets. Where nothing can hurt them but us. The interesting way to phrase that. Excuse me, miss, would you mind not walking into me? Alright, so we went in there. Did we go in here? I don't believe so. It's locked. Of course it is, it's the weapons shop. If I could just have a sword, that'd be too easy. Matter of that cost. Hello. Hello. She yearns for the mines. Alright, I believe that is everybody. I just saw you. Alright, let's see about leaving the village. The bump system. Idol attacks enemies by running into them. His sword is swung automatically without pressing any keys or buttons. The success of his attack is determined by his trajectory and or the angle of impact. Head-on strike will likely cause Idol to take damage, but if the enemy is struck off-center or from an odd angle, attacks will prove successful. Enemies can also be struck from behind or from the side with little risk of resistance, though this technique can backfire if Idol is pitted against an enemy with a large amount of health, since it will quickly turn to face his attacker. So this sounds not great. And as you can see, we're already dead. However, if you spend a little bit of time with it, it's actually a really fun combat system that you can learn really easily. You just need to get in the groove of it again. Then a little bit of practice, we get it down. It's a lot of fun. Nope. They've immediately respawned. Reviving. So yeah, this is like really the big thing. The caveat of East 1 and 2. Every version of East 1 and 2 has retained the original combat system, which is the bump combat. If you can work it out, stick with it, and get to the point where you understand it, it's very enjoyable. If you can't, then this isn't going to be for you, and it's a real shame because this is actually a really good game. Every other game in the series doesn't do this. It just takes a bit of practice. Might be worth avoiding these guys as well, until I get a weapon. The town of Minia. The fortune teller, you say? Hello. Yeah, weird thing to just ask a stranger to do. Hello. heard you found a ring. Really? You don't look like somebody who tried to swim. I feel like I want to buy a sword first. Well, bye. It's probably a good idea. Yeah. Hello. That's right, it's me.
Get you fuckers at a bad time?
That's right. Yep. Alright. Silver sword used to defeat an army of monsters. Is there a weapon shop? There we are, my dear. Thank you. Who calls a child haystack? I mean, would a silver sword really be any good? I don't know how strong silver is as a metal. Like, would a silver sword actually be useful? Alright, let's get a weapon. Hello. Uh-huh. 500 gold, yes. 2,000 gold. Okay. Well, I guess we'll take the short sword just so we have something. Thank you. There we go. Look at that, I have a sword now. Get a shield to up our defense. Oh, good. And plate mail. And reflex. Ah. Ah. What about your shields? Hmm. And the large shield? Ah. Well, the only thing we can afford is chainmail. We buy this stuff now, and it will absolutely allow us easier access to buying more stuff. Let's continue exploring. Bats, you say? Ah, yes. The pub. Nope. Cool. Bartender, give me a drink. Break-ins, you say? Yeah, sure. Rhoda trees. And you, sir? Yes. Oh, that sounds like the ring that the guy who runs the pawn shop picked up. Damn doom, dim, dumb monsters. What an odd turn of phrase. So we went through there. Child. Alright, well, if we see a silver harmonica, we'll, bring it back to her. It'll be the right thing to do. Look at that darn tower in the background. I sure hope I don't trip over holding my sword like this while I'm running. Dr. Klaus. Hello. Sounds like you could probably do with more than just the one doctor. Tree, you say? So, a silver shield and a silver harmonica stolen. Silver mines overrun with monsters. Hello. Got a shield as well. I'm gonna have to go and get some money. Looks like we're going out. Boom. Really needs to get back into the habit of pulling this off. It seems trickier than it really is. Hello. I appreciate that you guys heal me for free. Well, there we go again. I need 700 gold. So I think what we'll do is like head north and see if any of the enemies up there will drop more cash. See if I have to pay for healing in Minia. Hello. I don't really have the money to spend on that. So if I need to, I'll just run back to Barbados. Fuck. Hey, how you doing, Star? No, I have health on the bottom left. I was at low health. Thought I needed a ring to heal like that. Well, what I could do, Star, to make it easier for you, let me just head south again. Oh, I can't change it in-game. It's probably in the configuration. Never mind. I was gonna bring up the windowed mode. But never mind. Yeah. So the combat is the real clincher of this game. If you can enjoy this combat, you'll probably have a great time, because this is a really fun game. If you can't, then you won't enjoy the game, because there's a significant amount of combat and bosses that you have to deal with this. Like, it's very fast-paced. It is, like, a lot of fun. And I'm still, like, really trying to really figure out the combat again. The music's fantastic. And this version gives you the option of 3 different versions of the soundtrack. There's this release, the Chronicles release, the complete release from 2001, and the original PC 88 release from the original game. so I just need 700 gold. Play it a little more carefully, Chrono. I haven't done this in, like, quite a long time. And I remember when I did it, there was a specific kind of sweet spot. There's so many of the enemies. And I just have to find that groove again. Of course, you can always just play the game on easy. Really want them to be dropping more money. Get that shield, we can like actually get our quest. Okay, 200 more. So I think the way the combat really works is you actually have like a wider attack frame than enemies seem to. Because they can only damage you if you go directly, like they hit you directly in the front. Level up, look at that. 15 extra hit points for one level. Probably why if I'm remembering rightly, I think the level cap is actually like 20. Look at the difference there. Look at that. $700. Let's go. And we'll get a shield, and that'll make us even more effective. cheap but unreliable. I don't think the but should be there. Oh, it's cheap and it's unreliable, and it shouldn't be a but situation. Hello. The Books of East? No. An ancient kingdom that existed here ages ago. $6. Yeah, sure. Jebba in Zepik. Alright, thank you. Alright, let's go on an adventure. I always really appreciate an RPG where, like, a single level feels like substantial growth. It makes leveling feel rewarding. And I feel like not enough RPGs really do it. And, like, I suppose it's the value of having a low level cap. I say, if I remember rightly, the level cap in this game is 20, and I think the level cap in the second game is 35. And, like, the way it ended up happening in my original playthrough of this game, I'm pretty sure I hit the level cap quite a bit before the end of the game. The Rhoda Tree. Oh, that was cool. Level 2! Another plus 15 hit points. Oh man, I'm so psyched for this. Like, it started rough. Man, once you get going with this, it's so much fun. It's a series that's been around for such a long time, and it feels like it's only in the past decade getting the attention it really deserves. Okay, so east. But then you could say the same about a bunch of Falcom stuff, like the Legend of Heroes series with the success of, I think specifically Trails of Cold Steel, not Trails in the Sky. I think retroactively people have been appreciating Trails in the Sky, but it was Cold Steel that really caught people's attention in the West. And it's kind of fascinating because, like, you can go back through the history of the series of Ys, and, like, way more of the games than you would think have been released in English. So I'm looking for Sarah's aunt. Hello. Okay. That's another silver item. But this village has been kept safe by a silver bell. Two goddess statue. Okay, so I have been in this house. I'd like a mini-map, like, at least for the villages. I talk to you. Yes. Well, maybe we'll see it. You look like somebody who might be related to a fortune teller. Yes. Awesome. Solomon's Shrine. Well, I am at level 3 now. What a nice, peaceful village. Blooded ghouls. Yeah, I was just thinking there's a lot of old people here. The Rhoda Tree. Alright, I think that's everything here. So, let's save, and we'll head north. I don't know how I feel about it saying, like, the exact date and time like that. Look at that. Beautiful. No, I'm pretty sure this was the mountain shrine. Yep. Well, let's head on into the first dungeon. Alright. A ruby. Here we go. Yeah, I remember now, the health regen doesn't hit in bosses. What I didn't remember was that the game reverts to a specific visual style for boss fights, which was really off-putting. Did I even notice that? I played this on the Vita when I played East 1 and 2 Chronicles, so it would have been blurry anyway. Because playing PSP games on the Vita was like, never great that way. Yeah, don't like that. doable, but it's going to take a lot of patience and luck on the timing. No, so I am constantly taking damage if I'm in front of them. I'm not dealing anything to them. Alright, I want to come back to this. I could really do with doing more damage. Or taking less damage from the firewalls. We'll come back. I think the next sword was 2,000 gold. The Thieves Den. Yeah, why not? Really, the thieves didn't steal the silver bell. No, we're not getting in there yet. That certainly changes things. Somebody's stealing silver and it's not the thieves. I wonder if the old man might have any ideas. That's what they're saying. All their silver was stolen too. Alright, well, we have an ad coming up, so we're going to run this ad. And then we'll be back to investigate more of the mystery of who is stealing silver on the island of Asteria.
Stop! He's already dead.
And we're back.
Become my soul reaver.
Right. There's nothing over here. Mine. Oh. That was I should save more often. Walked in there and basically immediately died. Got a little too complacent there. What bandit though? These guys give out like a decent amount of gold. I should farm them a little bit. Mm-hmm. 8 experience per kill. Alright, talk to the old man again. So we definitely don't want to go in the mine yet. might be a little lost. The Rhoda tree? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the other Rhoda tree, not the first one that we saw. It's an experience, then we level up again. Let's start heading back to the mountain shrine, see if this next level will be the boost that I want. And if it's not, then we'll just go back and buy the better sword. Ah, excellent. We'd have gotten lost. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, if I could only block off those fire spitters, the flamethrowers. There we go. Try again. Yeah, I want the stronger weapon. Now let's get that cash. Because after all that, we didn't even do, like, half damage to him. Like, we didn't even get him down halfway. So it was a long sword. I don't want to grind for the other items right now. Particularly because they were all 2,000 gold. The next tiers of everything. I could, I don't really want to. I wonder. Hey, Clem. What do I get from this, though? Because this was 2,000. It was 1,000, oh. How's the musical going, Clem? Let's head back to the bar, so we know what this is. Profit. Ah, give a profit. How you doing, Clem? How was the musical? How was Rocky Horror? Alright, so we got profit out of that, so that was definitely worth doing. Let's buy that new sword. Excellent. have 16. I have 616 left. Next armor is 2,000. Next shield is 2,000. Right, let's go. Let's go back to Barbado. See if the weapon shop there's open yet. Nice. Do you got plans for the rest of the evening, Clem? You gonna restart your stream? Play some more Final Fantasy VII? You're gonna watch me? You're gonna sit in your masturbating corner and masturbate? So I'm bowling at 9. Ah, very good. Very good. I hope you're in shock. I hope you're interested in this game. It's still locked. Who the fuck owns this place? And masturbate. Fair enough. I mean, I'm back. It's a little lower than the music. Should still have the compressor on. Does have the compressor on. I'll just lower it a little more. The gain like on it. We'll see how that does. You know, I think I prefer the complete version. Oh, Clem, you fool. Oh, that's the guy who sleptwalked out of his village. Hello. I've returned. I mean, I need to go back. I'm heading back that way anyway. That's Nurse Ayla. This is Slap. Anybody see where the guy went? You're right, Clem. This is Rhea. You know what, actually? Real quick. Were the Chronicles artworks blinking? No, they're not. What an odd detail. Alright, let's go back up to the shrine. See if we can deal with that boss with this new sword we have. I don't think I opened that chest. Not this way. We're also not that far from a level up. Check with the lady. Did he come back? Not you. The other woman. Look, I'm not his keeper. Alright. Run. Yeah, let's get the level up as well. That'll give us a nice HP boost. So the way combat works in this game, Clem, it's referred to as bump combat. I walk into the enemies and attack automatically. It's kind of like the critically acclaimed Hide Glide, if you've ever seen Hide Glide. Though Ys undeniably pulls it off better than that did. There's a rhythm to get into with it, and like once you've got that rhythm, it's honestly quite fun. And it's very fast-paced. It's clearly a combat system designed in like the 80s, and they've never changed it in any of the remakes they've done of this game. Which I respect. See, when I bounce off an enemy like that, that means I've attacked them in the wrong direction. And while we've traded blows, the enemy has also hit me. There we go. And so, like, this combat, while I do like it, and I think it's quite fun, it's the big caveat I have with this game of, like, you might not enjoy this if you can't get into this combat. Look at that difference in damage. Two levels and a better sword, and it goes from, like, we're doing so little damage to this guy to he's dead in 3 hits. No, I want to explore the rest of that floor. Now this is a real dungeon. So the trick to the combat is to approach enemies from, like, off-center. These guys are giving some good experience. Yeah, there's a groove to it, and getting into that groove can be a little tricky. Like, I started the game up, and we left the village, and I died like 4 times trying to get the groove down. And I think, like, if you can't get the hang of it, there's not really a big issue with moving on to a different game in the series that might be more appealing to you. Like, I streamed East Origin a few years ago, and I streamed East Origin a few years ago, and East Origin has like a much more regular combat system, and it's super fun, and it's like still really fast-paced. And because of the way the whole game works, it's also like got a bunch of puzzles to it as well. Like, honestly, I recommend this game, but with the caveat, because of the combat system, I recommend the fuck out of East Origin. So much fun. And it's difficult. East Origin is like a lot harder than you think it'll be. Especially the bosses. And it's so much fun. I feel like those are just hitting me from any angle. I'll have to keep an eye on them. There we go. Yeah. I honestly don't imagine you would ever play this game, Clem. Mostly just because of the systems that it's on. It's not on, like, PS5 or anything. If you want to play this on a modern system, your choice is PC. If you want to if you're willing to emulate this, then I would recommend PSP, which is where I originally played this. The Silver Bell. But like I say, you don't have to play like necessarily any game in the series. And like you can just pick and choose which ones you go for. This was a trap. There was a chest on this floor. There you are. Field rate. Reduces all damage received by half. Nice. That might help regen. Like, I do really recommend the series as a whole. It's so much fun, it's so fast-paced. Which, I feel like a lot of these action RPGs really aren't as fast-paced as you would think. but they're also like very rewarding to play. And the music is like always fantastic. Okay, where is that prison cell? You're an enemy. There's a woman in there. And even more, like even better, there's a chest in there. Hello? I'm hearing a lot about this man in a black cape. Ooh, yeah. Shouldn't reduce women to their chest. What about the chest next to her, though? That's right. The Mask of Eyes. It could be, but we'll save it till after we've gotten you out of here. Let's go, Athena. You're slower than my walking speed. Bitchin'. Alright, let's go, Athena. Take you to safety. You'll probably be safe in Zeppic Village. There it is. Her pathfinding will not find doors. Let's test if that would be the case. So that one guy in the militia headquarters said that when escorting somebody, monsters have a habit of just completely ignoring you and going for whoever you're escorting. Yeah, you don't mind if I leave this girl here, do you? Well, it certainly warrants more investigation, Jabba. Thank you, Jabba. Alright, let's go back. Man, I'm enjoying this. Alright, back in we go. So let's talk about the Mask of Eyes. Stone mask with inset jade. Hides enemies but reveals secrets. Really dangerous to use. So we can't see enemies with this on. Like, there's an enemy. That enemy's gone. But that enemy still exists. So it is really dangerous to use. Okay, there isn't a secret passage in here. A necklace? Okay, so we did see another set of stairs in this area. There they are. I want to double check this floor though before we proceed. Just to be sure. I think we got everything, but just to be sure. Because I'm not sure that this game like has chests that you really even want to miss. I think we have everything. Let's go deeper. Well, you're new. Ivory key. Yeah, it doesn't explain to me what it opens. Seems like the monsters here are getting more and more dangerous. High floor, even. Yeah, look at that. I feel like saving after I get an item is probably a good idea. Okay, well, I'm not gonna fight that guy again. Wonder what a low-level run of this looks like. One of the guys said that had been stolen. That's a good defense increase. I don't know where I am. Can you believe the first dungeon in this game's a teleport maze? Oh, I know where I am now. And then I'm back here and it's not actually a straight teleport. Alright. We're close to leveling up. What level are we? Doesn't say. There we go. I might not be able to go any further. Do one more loop around to this area. Not that one. No, nothing else here. That takes me to the dead end here, and I have to push further to get to the next statue that teleports me back to the previous one. Well, let's go and we'll head back to town. We've got some more items, we've got stuff we can give back to people. We can make use of that. Plus, we can head back to, the big town and buy some upgrades, some equipment upgrades. Curious that these silver items were in the shrine, though. I mean, I feel like it really does matter. Thank you. What do we got? Doubles the wearer's strength. Halves damage. Oh, thank you. Did the guy return yet? Alright. Oh, we have an ad coming up, so I think we'll run this ad. And then we'll return to Mina. And... some equipment upgrades, I guess. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Suck my presidential cock, bitch!
That's right.
Fat-ass piece of shit!
Yeah.
You tumble-on-looking motherfucker!
Yeah.
What? 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 What?
Let's equip the power ring, actually, right now. Because I am killing these things in one hit. Like, what if I could kill them in, like, half a hit? While we're running around, let's switch to the complete music. That's right. Whenever you're unsure in life, just think, what would Obama do? And then you wear a tan suit. Because it doesn't matter what anybody else says. If you look good in that color, you wear that color. Did I see other locked chests? I keep getting lost on my way back to the city. This isn't the right way. So it is south. I made it. Well, I didn't find your silver harmonica. Alright, let's upgrade our other equipment. Thank you. You got Tal Wars in yet? Lame. Well, you have new armor. Yeah, let's talk to Sarah again. I have not. It does? Okay. Well, time to go to the pub. A rhoda tree? I mean, I think it's the monsters who have something to worry about from me. Because I'm just too cool for school. He's real pretty. Yeah, let's go. Back to the shrine. Let's check it on Jebba real quick, see if Fiona's woken up. Oh, she has. Excellent. Hello. Which one specifically? Oh well. Bye. Alright, I know I need to use the Mask of Eyes. And if need be, I'll just scour the entire fucking dungeon for what I'm looking for. But first, let's check with the thieves. I did, yes. Alright, thank you. I don't know what the ivory key does that I got. Alright, we know there's no enemies in this area. Alright, we're going in. I'm not seeing anything on this floor. Oh, that's a dead end. Dead end. 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 It is kind of crazy, like, doing this and realizing just how rarely you actually hit, like, run into enemies if you're not specifically aiming for them. There. That feels like it's probably going to lead right into a boss, so I want to get that other chest before I commit to anything. Marble key. Look at how much faster these guys are going down now as well. And it's double damage for you. Overall, probably is actually more useful in these situations than reduced damage. Alright, thank you for the warning. You know, I really thought there'd be a passage to the right. So that's the marble key used, but I still haven't found what the use for the ivory key is. Oh, there you go, you need both keys. Alright, here we go. You know, I'm glad I got that power ring. Otherwise, this could take a while. Itch. The Book of Ease. Oh, we got what we came for. And we exit this dungeon so far above the power level we were when we entered. Like, none of these enemies are now a threat. And like, I've said it before, I'll always stand by it. I love in RPGs when each individual level is a palpable increase in strength. Like in strength, in defense, stamina. They're chumps now, they weren't chumps when we came in here. Still something I think Lost Odyssey was really good for. Lost Odyssey was also really interesting about the way it handled its leveling anyway. Alright, let's go. We'll talk to Jebba and then we'll head back to Mina. I can probably do that. Alright. Let's see what they look like in the other style. It really is weird how the complete style has them blinking, but Chronicles doesn't. But only in the character portraits. I don't know, sometimes I prefer complete, sometimes I prefer Chronicles. It really depends on the characters. Alright, let's go see Sarah again. Okay, where's Sarah? Alright. I guess we're going to the mine now. You got your talwars in yet? Alright. Ah, cool. So, somebody murdered Sarah. Sarah had a book of East on her herself. Of course, in a situation like this, when somebody like that's murdered, it really suggests that whatever they were talking about was serious enough that somebody wanted them to shut up. So I wonder what's at the mine in Reston. The Rhoda tree. I wish there were more signs to point me in the direction of Raston. Or a map. Of course, last time we went into the mine, we died basically immediately. It's an oddly coincidental time. Yeah, let's go. You know, I'm surprised they didn't have me actually escort him. Eating your face off. If I go in there, are they gonna be fucking? Nope. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that hasn't just been your solution already. The idea that this has been happening for 6 months and at no point have you decided, what if we just tie him down? Anyway. Which way is Raston? Oh, I should talk to Jebba while I'm there, actually, and tell her that Sarah's dead. Where's Fina? East was ruled by 2 goddesses and 6 priests. Descended from the priests. I wonder. Volume Hadal. The Book of Hadal. Long ago, Claria was created in Ys. It was displayed in the Temple of Solomon as a monument to prosperity, but suddenly disaster struck. In the shadow of that prosperity, evil had grown and brought with it the seeds of suffering. It struck with all-consuming fury, and in the wake of its demon hordes, even the fair land of Salsette became as ash. But even if all were to be wiped away, the prosperous and the suffering alike, twin trees and twin moons would forever watch over this land. Book of Tova. Ys was healed by 2 goddesses and 6 priests. The goddesses embody the spirit of our land and inspire our lives. One represents order and the other freedom. If we were ever to lose them, all our struggles and achievements would come to naught and we would never again know peace. We must not lose the goddesses regardless of the cost, even unto eternity's shadow. Alright, Fina's walking around the village. There you are. Really feeling like overall, despite the complete artwork being a little rougher, I think I might prefer it. Alright, let's head to Raston. Northwest. Oh, so that place, that cave I went into wasn't Raston Mine then. Or was it? Did I approach it from another angle? Yeah, it was Raston Mine. Definitely doing better now. These are doing nasty damage. Silver armor. Heals its wearer with holy magic. I don't feel like I was done exploring that part. I wonder if the DS version has a map. That's usually what the second screen was used for. Boy, would I appreciate one right now. Timer ring. Slows enemy movement speed to half normal. Definitely value to be had in that. Okay, so we did come from this direction. I saved. I feel like given that you can save anywhere, there's not really a good reason for the game not to have autosave. Well, you could argue that of other games like Eternal Darkness. It's like, I remember when I was streaming Eternal Darkness and I lost like a bunch of progress because I didn't save for a while and then died. To me, it's the real value of save points. Because save points are just the reminder of like, oh, maybe you should save. And without it, sometimes I just forget. I guess we're going down. Well, that seems concerning. I wonder if Falcom had re-released these on consoles again. I think the last time Ys 1 and 2 was available on a console would was odd. Would probably have been the Wii? Technically the Wii U. Purifies and restores the body to bring peace, allowing me to recover HP in dungeons. Yeah. Because the Wii Virtual Console had the PC Engine CD version of Ys 1 and 2. Of course, we're specifically talking about consoles, though. Because we talk about handhelds, it was on the DS and the PSP, and thus, you know, the 3DS and the Vita. And if you want to be picky, you can say because it was playable on the Vita, it's probably also on the PSTV. It's one of those things, though, like Chrono Trigger. Like, Chrono Trigger is just oddly not available on consoles. And hasn't been since... the PlayStation. So, like, technically the PS3. I wouldn't count the Steam Deck, no. Because at that point, you might as well just say, like, what about a mini PC hooked up to your TV? We're talking, like, specific architecture, I guess. Also, I'm not sure if they're actually playable on Steam Deck. I know I had to jump through a bunch of hoops to get East Origin working on Steam Deck. Sometimes the Steam Deck's weird about what will and won't run. And even Valve's whole, like, verified listings are not entirely reliable. If this goes down, then what's the point of the mining pit? Oh shit, Firebird. I am actually, like, there's various things to be really frustrated with this whole AI bullshit about. And one thing I'm, like, regularly thinking of is how frustrating it is that Valve was, about to enter the console space with the Steam machine, which sounded like a really good idea. Now, like, Proton is a lot more mature, and they've really cut their teeth on the market with the Steam Deck. And now, like, when it does come out, because it'll still come out, you know it will, it'll be, like, way more expensive. And it's such a shame, because it could have been, like, really good for PC gaming. Ooh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The Dom key. Familiar looking crest. But no, it's one of those odd things of, like, especially with the popularity of Ys in recent years, with, like, Ys 8 being quite popular, and then deciding that the series was popular enough to do stuff like bring Memories of Salsetta off the Vita. And I think Othin Falgana got a console release as well. I don't entirely remember, I'd have to double check. And then, like, Ys 9 being pretty popular, and I think people are generally quite excited for Ys 10. I am kind of surprised that Falcom hasn't just done, like, a quick re-release of this on console. But then you can absolutely say the same thing about Chrono Trigger. Like, it's weird that Chrono Trigger is currently only available on PC and mobile. Like, not even Switch. Alright, you're gonna get it. I've gone in a big fucking circle. I do think, like, given how much you're generally missing out on, and how accessible, like, emulation and stuff can be nowadays. Like, fuck, if there's one thing to absolutely be positive about YouTube with, that's a fair point. Wrong button. Anyway, like, definitely a positive with YouTube. That you can find tutorials on basically anything, which is great. Like, easy enough to follow tutorials from so many different sources. Ah, fuck off. So getting into emulation's, like, easier than ever. So if people are actually genuinely interested in playing a bunch of these games, they can. But there's always, like, a value in an official modern release. That's where we've seen the seal before. Oh. God damn it. I want to check what's in the mining pit too. This was progress, and I was hoping it wouldn't be. I would love a map, because this layout's confusing me. There we go. I do really like, though, when we get a modern release of a classic game, and it does prove to be the best version to play. Like, overall. Like, for whatever faults they may have, the Pixel remasters, like coming off Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster, whatever faults the Pixel remasters have, they are probably the best ways to play the games. Like, it was definitely true of 6. You could argue it's true of 5. And of course, all the work Night Dive does. Alright, back up the stairs into the mining pit. Where are the stairs? I don't think they were this way. There we go. The silver harmonica that Rhea lost. Or like, was stolen from Rhea. It was definitely worth it to come back up to check this area out again. If I equip the heal ring here, will it boost the healing? I think it does, yeah. Nice. What's in this area then? Rhoda tree seed. Okay, so that just circles around here. There, it's all one area. Alright. Where are the stairs? Where are the stairs? Alright, we should be safe here to heal up. We have another ad coming up, so we're going to run this, and then we'll head back into what looked like to be another entrance to Darm Tower. We'll be right back. And we're back. We're still searching for the stairs. Everywhere in this place looks the same. Okay, that's up. It was around a thing here from there, wasn't it? There it is. I found it. Going back up was worth it though. Getting that harmonica and the rhoda seed tree. Definitely going to be worth it. That's a rhoda seed tree and it should be the other way around. I'm at level 10 and the health looks like it's maxed out. Oh, I don't want this actually, I want to go elsewhere. This area loops around in a way that made me confused. Like, is 10 actually the level cap in this game? I remember it being, like, weirdly low. Yeah, it is. I'm getting no more experience. I mean, it makes sense, then, that every level you get is going to be substantial. Like, a substantial increase in stats. When there's only 10 levels. This sounds like a nice track. Alright. It was a trap. You gonna become a person again? Bitch. I forgot you are not allowed to change your equipment during boss fights. If I remember rightly, you may not actually be able to even use... I can't get a hit on this guy, like, it physically just isn't happening. That was a hit, didn't do much. This is not good. Yeah, if I remember rightly, I don't think you can even, like, heal. With the heal ring. Alright, we need to go back. Because that is not gonna work. We do have stuff we can do out in the town. I should, since I want to go on mini here anyway, I should definitely buy the other stuff from the shopkeeper. Like the wing that lets you just leave dungeons. Which, like, boy, I hope that's not a one-time use thing, because I do not remember. The good news, though, is that killing stuff now has no real value. Since we've hit max level, so I am free to just not. Yeah, it definitely boosts it. Alright, let's go. Alright. Okay, so now Rhea's gone. There you are. I mean, just as you thought. That was nice. What does she look like in the old style? You notice how she immediately stopped smiling? Like, she smiles as she speaks, and then just immediately stops. Okay. Come on, Rhea, talk to me. Alright. Yeah, let's see if they have the Tall Wars in yet. Oh, it's finally in. Perfect. Hopefully that'll do us some good in this fight. Would you really sell me armor I've already bought? Alright, and then we visit Pim. I really feel like, for the price of them, these are usable. I know, right? It's like, hey, yeah, no, I found this ring on the ground and I sold it to you for 1,000 gold. Aren't I the kindest dude you ever knew? Alright, I want to go back to the Rhoda tree. Which I believe was west of here. There it is. Alright, thanks, Rhoda Tree. I believe the other one was to, like, the southeast. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure eating the seed of the Rhoda Tree is what allows us to understand the Rhoda Tree. Not this one. Now we can go and get the silver sword. Which we absolutely want. No, I've just gone around in a circle. Bestiary potion. What does that do? Insight on defeated enemies. Alright. Why is it whenever I'm not looking for something, I can find it easily? There you are. What do you mean my journey begins now? It's been almost 4 hours. Silver glow can destroy evil. I got a piece of paper. I wonder if Jebba could read that. So if you take a look at our equipment, there is actually like another set here. This would be the plate mail, which we've seen. This would be the medium shield, which we've seen, and we just didn't buy because we got these. But there is another set of items here. I believe this is a fire sword. If I remember rightly. Hello. Cool. Oh yeah? There you go. That's how you learn how to do it. If any of you just said that, honey. Okay, but what about that page I've got? Alright, never mind. I mean, it was worth coming back here anyway to show that. Like how you figure out that you want to eat the seed of the Rhoda tree to talk to the Rhoda tree. Alright, let's go back to the mines. I think it's kind of interesting the way this works as an RPG, as an action RPG, in that it's not just skill that determines like how effective you'll be. Like, that boss we were just trying to deal with should be a lot easier to deal with this silver sword. And there's a reason for that, which, if you've been paying attention, you should be able to figure out. But I don't think the game has directly stated it yet. And going down, and then circle around here. There we go. Now we just have to find my way back down to the entrance to the tower again. Though I wonder, that door, I think, was the same as the door behind the Thieves Guild? Wonder if I could open that door now. But yeah, regardless, like, it's not all about skill. There's a specific kind of barrier, I would say. That requires you to also, like, think and use the right equipment and such. Like, this silver sword is going to be basically essential. Alright, let's do it. Timing on that is, like, really weirdly strict. Hey, look how much damage that did compared to what we had last time. Now we just need to be able to consistently hit him. Oh, fuck off. Well, it's a Batman. No, he should... For how hard it is to avoid being hit by him, by the bats, he should be easier to hit than that. I wonder. No, I don't think that works. Come on. Come on, you bastard. Well, we're almost halfway. Yeah, so it's kind of an odd thing with this game. Like, you can't change your equipment at all during boss fights. Oh, fuck off. I get hit like 5 times off that and don't manage to get a single hit on him. The way this guy's hitbox works doesn't make sense to me. Two more. Am I attacking too early? Is that what that is? And he's just like immediately reverting back like Ganon does in A Link to the Past? I feel like this needs to be clearer because the cost of fucking it up is way too high. Like there, we went from comfortable with 2 hits left to being a single hit away from death. I want to deal with that again. Another Book of East. Statues. Well, I guess we're done. Yep, it's a one-time use item. Oh, since we're here, let's go buy another one, I guess. So with that key that gets us into the tower, with the Dharm key, I want to go and check out the entrance in the Thieves Guild. We've got another Book of East, though, and I'd like to have Jebba read it for us. And Zekit is on the way to the Thieves Guild anyway. It's epic. Volume Dabby. The Book of Dabby. I speak now of the disaster of Ys. He rose suddenly and attacked our cities. He called forth molten stone from the bowels of the world to burn our fields and trap us in a sea of fire. It was terrible and absolute. One by one, our proud nations were blown out like candles, and darkness and chaos stole over our world. Surely the Cleria was the cause. Was it not the harbinger of darkness? Thus we sealed it within the darkness, in the ground, so that hope may shine anew. Forget it not, and never lay hands upon it again. They're all in Darm Tower. I guess it's time to go in there. Alright. Demonic sentries, you say? Alright, we're going in. Alright. Here it is. Welcome to Darm Tower. Every now and then we've been able to see it in the landscape. It stretches up higher than anything else. It can be seen from all over Astaria. So if I said to you that this is essentially our end goal for East 1, you'd be like, wow, this is really short. And like, East 1 is actually quite short, and it's a big part of the reason, I think, why they're bundled together in every release after the original. Aside from them being a packaged story. They took my silver equipment, the bastards. Oh. An old man holding something. Got any ideas? Nope. Alright. Doggy! Hallway with a line of statues. Sounds good. Idol. Grants its bearer peace of mind, huh? I don't think that's all it does. The monsters can't see me. Evil ring? No, I'm just invisible. Bloody pattern ring that taints and slowly kills its wearer. Plus mortal sins. You know that's going to be used for something. Don't mind me. Okay, we already went there. Okay, what's further to the left, though? Alright. Evil eyes? I really don't think I opened that. That was fast. Now let's go. So it's like it's the you said 3 floors up, I think it was. So this would be 1. The hallway full of statues, which I'm pretty sure I just went past without really even thinking about it. Right, here it is. Surely this is it. What is the passage I can't see? There. Uh-huh. Cool, what have you been eating? Ancient East vanished? The monsters built Dam Tower. Oh, what's this gonna do? Ah. Thank you. Now we can get past the trap. A thought there. Up and up. Fun fact. Almost the entirety of East Origin takes place within this tower. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here. I think what we'll do is we'll get back to the room with those traps, and then we'll call it for the day. And then we'll continue east next time. And if we happen to finish East 1, we'll just move straight on to East 2. East 2 is like, significantly longer. There it is, look at that. Well, climbing up the tower, if I recall, isn't a fast endeavour. But yeah, I think I'll do it for us for today. Mostly because I don't want to have to run another ad. I'm going for almost 4.5 hours anyway, that's a good amount of time. I hope everybody's enjoying this game. I'm enjoying this game. It is a good amount of time, yeah. Yeah, so my intention was always to do East 1 and East 2 together because they are basically a complete story. And East 1 is, like, not super long, and then East 2, putting them together, it's been... probably about a decade since I finished East 1 and 2 Chronicles on PSP. And I feel like altogether, the two of them combined was like maybe 25 hours. East 2 is substantially more complex than the first game. Like, it is a step up. And like... it's a lot of fun. But yeah, my intention has always been to do these two together. So we're going to. So if we finish East 1 next time, which I'm not sure how long that will take, I don't remember how much of this game's left, we will just move straight into East 2. And then that'll be it. And then following this will be another JRPG, which I'm not decided what JRPG we'll be doing after this. Let me check my list. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more JRPGs on the list. Maybe 8. I don't know if Pandora's Tower is actually like a proper JRPG. And I'm not sure which of these I'll do next. Like, there's options. I'll think about it as we go through the game more. Plenty of time. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Who was here today? We had Clem, Pete, Star popped in, Flame was here for a brief moment. And that was everybody. If you are interested in this game, it's available currently only on only on PC. If you're willing to do emulation, this version, basically this version, maybe with a little less. Like, it might not have all of the soundtrack options, but it's available on PSP, which is easily enough emulated on, like, a bunch of things. If it interests you, but you don't think you'd be into the bump combat, check out any of the other games. Absolutely worth looking into. But yeah, that is it for us for today. Tomorrow we'll be doing the history of stylish action and like maybe more Bioshock for daylight shooting time. I don't know what time I'm going to be up. I'm still like was on an overnight last night, so I'm like, reworking my sleep schedule. I don't know if I'll be up early. We'll see. Yeah, this is fun, and I'm glad to be playing this finally. Especially after like all that time talking about it. Like I'm pretty sure at some point when we were finishing up last year, I'd been talking about doing this game first for the year of RPGs, and then like pushing it back. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and then like pushing it back a bunch. It probably felt like we were never going to get to it, but here we are. We're finally playing Ys. If anybody is genuinely curious as well, like check out the archive in the Ys Origin playthrough. Because that's probably like much more in line with what people will want from an action RPG. Like, get a look at some of that gameplay. It's super fast, super fluid, really fun. Got some amazing boss fights. Like, I wholeheartedly recommend Ys Origin. This gets a recommendation with the caveat of the combat system. Ys Origin, full recommendation. Beautiful game. But yeah, that is pretty much it. So let's have a sound alert. Why do I have sound alerts turned down so much?
Live in ignorance and purchase your happiness when blood and sweat is the real cost. Thinking ceases, the truth is lost.
Yeah. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Of course, everybody knows Seek, friend of the stream. LB's name. Probably going to be streaming more Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic tonight. Definitely check him out. And there's not really anything else to say. Except, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.